Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the IndieTales Game Dev Livestream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show. So without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Thursday edition of the stream. Oh my goodness, it's Thursday. I'm leaving on Sunday to GDC. I will see you all there if you're going to be there. I released a video on YouTube just a few hours ago, like yesterday, last night, announcing that I'm going. And all of you who've been watching the stream already know that already. But yeah, be sure to check that out if you want to find out about other updates relating to IndieTales and what I'm doing. I'm emotionally on a real. Let's try that again. Emotionally, I'm on a little bit of a roller coaster, just because I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing, feeling. I don't know what the outcomes should be or how I should feel if I don't get them. I kind of do know, but like I'm just the kind of person who builds stuff up in my head. It's not even that. I find that the things build in my head, even if I'm just, even if nothing's happening outside me or around, inside things get more scary over time, and then I have to flush the anxiety somehow, usually after some kind of a breakdown. So I'm just not feeling super great today, but I did go out and do some retail therapy. I think that actually didn't help. I feel like I needed to buy like some new shoes, new jeans, new shirts. Like if I'm gonna go, overseas, I want to look good, and I wear the same clothes here every day. You can see even like this collar is like ripped. You can see it against, like, it's all like torn and stuff. Because I just, normally I don't go anywhere. So like I had to go buy some new stuff today. And I was thinking about the context where I'd be demoing Insignia at the conference to somebody and using my current laptop. It would be really underwhelming. And I'm kind of due for a new laptop. So I'm looking at getting a new one, but also they're all very expensive and it's hard to justify the price. It's like I'm in two minds all the time. And I think that contributes to the anxiety, because it's hard to, you're sitting there in the PC shop and you're like, I don't know. Do I get the ARM Windows ones? Do I get an Intel or a Ryzen? Like, what do I get? I think everything's like bad, or not bad, but everything's like good with caveats. Everything's got something wrong with it. And it's just hard to know. I don't have a Steam Deck. We are going to take like we're going to pick up a ROG Ally on the way there, but like duty free, and see if we can get it running on that, which it should be easy to do because it's a Windows device. So we'll get the ROG Ally X and we'll have it there so people can just hold it and play it. But I still want to I still think I need a new laptop, because the one that I've got, it's the biggest problems specifically for travel are as follows with my current laptop. It's heavy. The charger is heavy. It's bulky. And what that does is it makes all of my carry-on experiences shitty, because it means I can't put much else in my backpack when I'm trying to travel, and its battery life sucks. So it's like I'm lugging this thing around and I don't get much time with it. The speakers and the screen are not amazing. They're kind of just okay. So yeah, it does the work. It has a good processor in it. It's still, as a gaming laptop, if I'm sitting there at a desk with headphones on, it's great. I don't have a problem with it. It was great when I took it to Thailand and used it as my workstation for a year and a half, for 6 months, after having it for a year and a half. But now it's like 4.5, 5 years old, and all of the positives no longer apply because I'm like when I'm working on this, on my workstation here. I don't need like a mobile workstation. I more need like a demo device that I can do some dev on, which is where I think like an ARM, like a Surface Pro, not Surface Pro, Surface laptop, maybe even a Surface Pro, but like in that range where it's like the money's all been put in sort of like the presentation of the device more so than getting like gaming hardware inside of it. But then also there's like the Asus, the Zen stuff where it folds over, or like the Lenovo Yoga or the HP 360. Those like the ones with the hinges look kind of interesting. I don't know. Yeah, the ROG. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to. I don't really feel comfortable using a handheld device as a PC, Yeah, slim laptops and remote machines. That's kind of what I'm looking for. That's where I need to be, I think. I just don't know quite how much to spend, and I think that's just it's just giving me a bit of anxiety because money's a little tight at the moment for reasons that aren't very logical, but they have an explanation. I just can't. It's an annoying one. Anyway, might as well finish off the intro to the stream. Welcome everybody. We're gonna have a kind of a short stream today, probably only like 3 hours, just because it's a bit late in the day. I want to welcome everybody who's here on Twitch and on YouTube. Oh, Virtues versus Vice. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome. We're just getting started with the stream. Also, a big thank you to Prater for the most recent follow, and Monogenesis for the most recent subscription. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Hey, I don't know if you noticed, but I've changed the microphone dynamics a little bit. I've got some EQ on it that's ducking the middle down slightly. Let me know if that feels better than what it normally sounds like. I've been noticing that for me, the mid was a little flat sounding. Now the bass and the treble should come through a little better. I don't know if you'll notice that, but I noticed that I was EQing my videos. So it's like, what if I just put the EQ into OBS before it comes out of the renderer? Anyway, today we're going to be working on Insignia, and particularly we're doing, I want to do some UI scaling stuff. So we're going to do that. All right. Let's review how the UI scaling currently works. Right now, it just, if I go free aspect, it just scales linearly with everything else, which is kind of not, I mean, to a degree, that's fine. If we have integer scaling turned on, it shouldn't do that. It should scale in a more snappy fashion at clear intervals. I want to check something specifically with the floating dialogue. My floating dialogue system. Hey, Ukanu Nomoro. That's right. Unfortunately, YouTube chat doesn't show up on the stream because Twitch doesn't allow me to. So I have to pick one of them. I could split it, but that would require a lot more work. Like YouTube seeing only YouTube, Twitch only seeing Twitch is possible, but I don't know if that's better. It would mean I'd have to render the video twice. All right. So what I need to look at is when we're dealing with this object, like when I'm scaling, say I go and talk to this thing, if I start scaling, that scales too. Yeah. So what is causing that to scale? That's my next question. If I go into it, all of the elements are on, they're not on scalars. There might be one sitting somewhere around. If I go search floating dialogue and then click it and X out of it, if I go, I imagine it's going to be sitting on my UI. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so actually this should be pretty straightforward to fix. If I fix this, the scaling for this, it'll fix for the floating dialogue as well, because they're both considered part of the UI, which has a UI scalar on it, which is a function or a class that I wrote. So UI scalar. All right. All this is doing is scaling the starting scale by some factor. And this factor takes the camera's orthographic size and divides it over 1.8. That means we're trying to get an output scale relative to the whole scale. Now, there is another thing that we wrote recently for our camera operator, which takes the orthographic size. Let's have a think here for a second, just a sec. If I click this button and I start scaling, I see. But the ortho size, what's happening when I do that? When I scale this, the ortho size is going up or down, but the pixel scale is not. So what we want to do is see if we can get the camera, the pixel scale that we output from this process. All right. Now, calculate orthographic size, get integer scale orthographic size. That's what we want. So what this is going to say is, hey, I'm going to see if I can figure out the nearest integer scaled pixel scale. And then I'm not actually sure how we, I think I just have to get this rounded one and just output that. So it might be as simple as public static float get integer scale. I'm not sure. Like in this case, I can't intuitively calculate this. I have to go to the UI and I have to see what it's doing. As I scale, the UI scaler is just going, hey, like, just get bigger when it gets bigger. What if it's just not doing that? What if I just say 1, 1, 1? Hey, wait, that's exactly what I would want to see. Now, it's a little too big for sure. Right. What I want to do is scale it inversely to, that's what I'm doing. Okay. The scaler says, hey, when we zoom in, zoom the UI out. But the end destination that we want to zoom the UI out to needs to, oh gosh, it's a bit complicated because we're trying to like undo what the camera's doing, but also what the camera's doing is also wrong. So we don't just want to undo it. We want to sort of like, when we go to the UI scaler, this camera scale factor, this 1.8, that's the thing that we are trying to swap out. So first of all, I think it might be best to not have this here. Now, the question is, what is our desired... I don't even know what... Like the 1.8 is what we need to get rid of, basically, for something that's a bit more appropriate. So as I go like up, I mean, it's hard to know. I mean, it's definitely wrong. Yeah, it can't, like this value, for example, is not a good value. If we said it was free aspect, at this scale, all the rendering looks crappy. So first thing we need to do is say, okay, this is going to be the if video settings dot in get integer scale setting. We need to do one thing. Else we need to do what we're currently doing. So, hey Booyah. So I think we need to try something here. I'm just going to pick a random public float alt scale equals 1, sure. And we'll put alt scale here. Now, given that these are mostly the same thing, we might just say float scale equals and then just do away with all this. And then we're good to go. So I should now be able to go to free aspect and just put this where I would want it to be. If I press enter, it should be more obvious. So I can now just scale this to whatever I feel is appropriate. Again, really tough to figure this out because it's already being scaled. To some extent. Is it in this case like it's hard to even say. I think I need to know the height of the camera. Like this is looking pretty close. It would be somewhere like 1.7 or something like that. But I need to know the height of the screen to know what value is a good value. I think I have done this before. Hey, Kratesh. I think it's the same logic as how we did the camera scale stuff. Where is this? Calculate ortho size. Where does that live? Oh, it's right there. Okay, I'm just blind. Nope, that's not it. This. Where is this code? Oh, it's in video settings. Oh, okay, sure. I feel like it's somewhere here that we need to pull from, but I can't envision the exact logic. This feels like I'm in math class again. So yeah, height, pixel scale. That's sounding about right. Let's see if we can just get the integer scale and plug that in there. Just see what happens. We could do camera to orthographic size as well. Just put the numbers in the slots and see what happens. Well, I mean, we are getting some sort of scaling happening. But not what I want. So let's try the 1.8. Oh, hang on. This was supposed to be 1.8. But then let's plug that in here. Is that 1x? No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Hey, 1%. How's it going? I do have some clinkers. It would almost be better to exempt this from the process. All right, pink. Let's see how you went. Yellow. Bad luck. Okay. So. Hey, Commander. Thank you so much. So let's logic this one out. We're going to do it by hand. So I got some scale, yeah? And it starts here. This is like our 1.8. And the 1.8 is being scaled to the device resolution. So as the device gets bigger or smaller or whatever, the height changes, this changes. Now, the way that we're currently doing it is that we are scaling the content of the screen to some some integer scaled quantity that, well, the nearest integer scale quantity. So like maybe, you know, if that's 3x the art scale, that's 2x the art scale, and that's 1x the art scale. It's probably more like this. Then as we take this viewport of your device, let's say you're at 16 by 10 or whatever, it's not going to change the art. It's going to show you a little bit more. As it gets smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller, then it shifts the art to the nearest integer. So as we get to like here, it might snap some black bars in. Hey, Fernando, thank you so much. Obrigado. Boa noite. Okay, so that's how it's working. But the problem is, this is not how the UI works. It's how the UI should work, but it's not how the UI works. Instead, the UI is just scaling literally within this. Now, I guess the question should be, why doesn't it just do what the rest of the game is doing? The answer is I don't know. I can't tell you why. Let's just start back to basics. Turn this off. So we've turned the scaler off. Now we're just saying, hey, UI is whatever it is. In this case, the UI is at, actually, I don't really know what this is doing. What is that? It looks like 4x, but it could be different. Each pixel is, wait, what? Oh, no. 1, 2, 3, 4. It is 4x. Now the question is, why is it 4x? There would be a canvas. The UI is at 1x scaled. The canvas is at 480 by 270 at 0.01. And I guess I designed it to fill that. But that's not even right. Like, why is it? It's... yeah, like, yeah, why is it? Why is it like that? I mean, it looks clean, but like, did I really make it that big? Maybe I did, like many years ago. That's huge. Is this the part where I have to rescale all of it? I mean, the answer would be to lock the scale down by some number. So like make this 0.66 or whatever. It's not even that. Well, the UI scaler... What is it doing? 0.75. Right, 4 to 3 is 0.75. Okay. So if I turn this off and I just say 0.75. press play, I press go. So we got this, and that's fine. Now, if I go to free aspect, well, now it's doing what I would have expected it to do. It's scaling with increment snaps. Okay, so, but 7.5 is not the number. That's the issue. We have to find a number that is the closest integer to our height, which is, okay. So it's 1.8 f on, or some number out of 1.8 f. So like float rescale equals some new height So let's see what this gets us. Thanks for watching. So the answer is 2. Now, a bigger camera would make the UI smaller, a bigger number than 2. So let's try taking this number and saying I mean, we could just say rescale there. Hang on. Is that what it is? I don't know. Well, I mean, no, that doesn't really look right. It's almost like, I don't understand. This is the only thing I don't understand. I think what I have to do is multiply factor by rescale, which feels not right to me, but we'll try it. Because I'm dividing and then multiplying by the same number. But you never know. I mean, what I'm doing seems right. It could be the other way. Oh, hang on. Whoop. No. Yeah, you just, you got me. I had it off. But that's not 1x either. That's not anything. That's just going back to where we came. gonna take a quick break. I'll be right back. Are we back? Oh man, I'm always getting tripped up by these little equations that I'm not so good at. Brain no do math good. Because I just, like, the thread is too short. You know, I'm like, I do this and I multiply by that and I divide by that, and then I've forgotten where I started. It's too complicated. Hey, tech trend. So let's have a think. When I turn it off and set it to 0.75, I get the value that I'm looking for. Oh, hang on a second. I got to reset this. Revert that first, then turn this on. That might be different to what I was doing. I might have been... Oh, it's not perfect. That looked really good for a second there. That really tricked me. So the integer scale here for 1.8, it's still scaling, which we don't want. Well, no, it's okay. It's not scaling progressively. It's doing right. It's doing it right. No, I would want it to scale, wouldn't I? That's the thing. I'd want it to scale on screen. You know what? I'm confused. Why is the game... Hang on a second. Turn this off for a sec. Wait just a gosh darn second. If I scale this... Oh, that doesn't do anything. If I pause it and then I do it... Oh, no, the code is working. Okay. So the background is not growing. I'm just seeing more of it. Whereas here, it is scaling up as I drag, which I don't want it to do. So if I was to say that, what are we getting here? So it definitely shouldn't be doing that. That's definitely wrong. I feel like I was really close, like 3 iterations ago. So let's look at what some new height is. This is called camera integer. Nearest camera integer. Let's collect data. So that's 2. And as I scale up and down, we want it to be a fixed figure. So this factor should probably be rescale out of that. I don't know. I'm figuring it out. I'm trying. Okay. Oh, look, we got something. Okay. So that's fixed, whatever that figure is. And it should snap up and get smaller as we go. Okay. But the number is wrong because we're not at 1x. So my thought was maybe we just flip this to get the opposite, whatever it is. If it's like 0.9, it could be 1.0. Have you considered disabling screen resizing? It's not about screen resizing, it's about device sizes. Oh, it could be rescale times. Yeah, because we already did that. That doesn't seem like it makes much sense, does it? It feels like feels like we just did and undid something. Maybe we can cancel it out later. Yeah, so this is like if you have a 16 by 10 device versus a 16 by 9 device, what should... Well, the first thing is that... Okay. Or just like any particular resolution, like my Android device sitting on my table here has a different pixel size compared to my laptop or my desktop. So the point is, what I'm trying to do is find a way to scale the UI so that it scales to the nearest integer pixel scale no matter what. As far as set resolutions, the problem is you end up cutting content out of the screen, and I can't support that. But it's not even like set resolutions would give me basically stop gaps that we're resolving to whatever this should do when it's doing its job right. So if I can support, you know, all the resolutions instead of 5, then I should do that. It's not this, and the logic would be the same anyway, getting from one to the other. It's not about the arbitrariness of it. It's just about how to do it. And an easy way to handle this that I'm not doing is, what I could have done is just have a separate camera for the UI or a separate canvas altogether. In fact, we're right up against that problem right now of like, why not just scale the canvas with the typical like Unity way instead of using this UI scaler script? And the answer to that is the answer to that is I've been doing it the old way for a long time without using a canvas scaler, and it's a bunch of legacy canvases that I don't know. I'd have to manually go through and find out how to rescale them. That's the answer. Could be annoying to go and fix all this right now. Particularly given that there are a number of canvases. Like a lot of them. Like every single one of these things has its own canvas, because they were designed independently of each other. Does one canvas scaler work? Do canvas? Do Unity canvas scalars affect child canvases? Whoa, okay, maybe we can do this easily then. I think I need like to go to a sandbox space. I know this, like, it's so embarrassing that I can't just do the math, but I can't do it. So this is an example of a menu with a canvas. The canvas scaler says dynamic pixels per unit, reference pixels per unit. If I take this and we go over to this thing here and I start scaling this, why does nothing happen? Okay, you need it to be screen space overlay to do that. So if I say 1, yeah, that's correct. 2, that's not correct. Also, it doesn't really behave nicely. I don't really like that. I think I'll just take my ball and go home, back where I was. There's probably a better way to settle this up, but I don't know if that was very fun to look at. Hey Null, thank you so much. I'm trying. I really should be able to do this better. All right. Well, the first thing I want to do is take this UI fader. Wait, hang on. How do I fade these things? When I press pause. This object, the first thing is that this needs to just be absolute. It needs to be scale as big as it possibly could. So it is this. It's probably the settings for, no. Menu fader. Yes. Okay. Menu fader is currently using a sprite renderer. Ew. Yuck. And what instead it needs to do is use a, well, we can make it a canvas instead. Really, really short-sighted work on my part. I mean, there was a time where I was only supporting 16:9 resolutions. Maybe I could still do that, but this is pretty straightforward. So like, wait, oh no, it needs world space to do this? That's annoying. If it's screen space, I can't give it. Yeah. Yeah, this is where I don't like the UI stuff in Unity. Because the idea of screen space just says, hey, we're gonna place this wherever it works on screen. But so much of my UI is not. So much of it is world space. And the screen space stuff really hogs the screen, like the editor space. Like it really just creates this big friggin' rectangle that you can't really get rid of unless you disable the game object. it's really lame how it works. I know I can technically hide it, but like knowing that it's there is not very nice. Like if I want to edit it or update it, I have to like basically put it in a prefab and look at it there. Which I am, I'm in a prefab right now. And if I hide it here, it's not hidden here, outside of the prefab view. So it's still there. It's only temporarily off. Oh, I wouldn't. I mean, ugliness has nothing to do with why you would use an engine. Personally, I don't think Game Maker is very good, but that's we have different, different kind of games, different contexts. All right. So I think I'm not going to go down this road. I think I'm just not going to do that. It's too late to try doing. Well, I still need to do this. I still need to make this thing scale. I could probably just say like 10 by 10. It doesn't even, oh man, that's so embarrassing. Okay, it's 6.4 by 3 by 6, 3.6. What I would like to do is have like a sprite or something that is just like infinitely wide and tall, and also not present in the scene that I could do this with. It almost sounds like a what's it called? A post-processing thing, like a pipeline thing to darken the screen behind the UI. So I'm just going to say 10 by 10 and just hope that that's enough. The other thing is obviously, man, that's not a solution. I'm just not happy about that. But it's kind of all I've got. Unless I want to do some other system where I insert things from an object pool at layers and give them infinite sizes. Not the worst thing in the world, but certainly not great. All of these things called fader, this, all have the same problem. A sequel? Oh, I'll have to cross that bridge when I get to it. So anyway, coming back to our problem. That. Okay, so UI, let's turn the scaler off, save it, turn it off. Why is that so big? Oh, because I overwrote it to be on. All right, so the idea here is that the first thing we want to do is Hmm. It's tough because it's, I mean, well, all of these values probably should be smaller by some amount, but the truth is, like, this should snap down to that from all the way, like, much further back. It's hard to know what to do about it. Like, it's just not a very good, it's not very well thought out, I suppose. Because it's too big there for the screen. So if I just say 0.75, yeah, now it's not too big for the screen, but it's very small for the screen in this context. You know, and that's such an arbitrary thing. Let's bring this back for a second and look at what the scale that we would do would be. Okay. That's not what I was thinking. I was thinking I want... Take the current screen resolution and I think I'm just gonna grab this code and just start from scratch here. Okay, so first we want to do just log everything and see what's coming up. What? Anyway, so our numbers here are the screen orthographic size. Now, what is screen orthographic size? Oh, the native height of the screen. If I start scaling this, like that would be 640 by 360 right there. That would be actually 640 by 360. So as I scale this up, I'm going to be getting bigger and bigger numbers, and 1080p in this case. I did this before and I ended up canceling it out. But what I'm thinking of doing is going, okay, what's that out of 1080p? Like, what's the difference in the scale in this number that we would have created. But I guess alternatively, there's this screen pixel scale, which is like, if I take this number and I take that over the currently calculated size, I end up with 2. Just 2. Even before I do any kind of integer stuff to it. It's just 2. And that's because I guess we're already doing that. We're already figuring it out. Wait a second. Oh, it doesn't matter if this is on or off because there are other UI scalars in the scene. Okay. So yeah, like in this case, it should be 1 when it's 1. And then right now it's gone to 2 when this number has gone over 2. Like 3, 2, 1. It's going to do it now. I'm guessing. Well, close to it. Anyway. Does that mean it goes to 3 if I go even taller? No, it's not synced up to the integers. Can I like clear it every time I log it? Or not that way. Log it, clear it before I log it. Well, that did nothing. Man, I hate getting stuck on stuff like this. All right, well, back to the drawing board. I just got to get some footing on something simple. Going back to like primary school maths. So I have some number and I want to output the number that would make, so I need to figure out what, I'm just lost. I need to figure out this size, the camera size at each of the integer values. Like, no. I don't even know what I need to figure out. I don't know how to solve this. I'm not alert, awake, concentrating enough. I can't do it. I did it yesterday for the game. I just can't do it today for the UI for some reason. I think it's because there's just too many factors that I'm not able to contend with all at the same time. But like, it's working as intended for the game screen. It's just that I can't think about how to do that for the UI, and I don't know why that it's so difficult for me. When I scale it up, yeah. when I do that, wait, why does it jump? That's my next question. Why does it know to do that in the first place? That's a good one. How does it know? Because it's using the camera's orthographic size to do it. And the camera's orthographic size is jumping, I think. As we go to certain values, it's going to go bump as it goes to the nearest. Yeah, it dropped down from 1.6 to 1.1. So if we just use the camera orthographic size, that's the problem. It's like knock-on effects. Like one affects the other. That's the problem. Because it's in world space. So we're trying to unaccount for what it's doing just so that we can start doing our own thing to it. I think that's the issue. Is that I just can't, like, we're too many levels of inception deep of like things multiplying other things. Yeah, this really would have been easier a different way, but unfortunately I really do care about it being in world space coordinates, and there's not much I can do else about it. So, I mean, looking at what we've got, again, we're not even doing anything. We're just not doing anything anymore with the UI scaler. It's still scaling it, but it's not scaling it, I guess, at the breakpoints that we'd like. Is that the issue? I mean, that's fine. If I go to here, that's too big. So I want to bring it down by 0.75 of what it currently is. So what if I just say, float scale because the problem is this UI was designed like, I'm pretty sure this UI was designed in 480 by 270. This one, I'm not sure what I designed that for. I think I designed it for normal, 640 by 360. So it's really just the book that I'm trying to scale down, not anything else, not the whole UI. Wait a second, but how come it works? And that's my next question. Did I design the sword? What's the 1.8 magic number? The 1.8 magic number is the camera height, the camera orthographic size for a camera that is looking at my game through its native art resolution. So 640 by 360, that 360 creates the 1.8. Because you divide it by 100 and then divide that by 2. So the default game resolution, if you were playing it on like a Game Boy or something that had a custom screen, that custom screen would be 640 by 360. And that's like just like the typical default zoom level of the game. So the old default zoom level of the game was 270. So if I multiply 270 over 360, that should be something like 3 into 4. So if I just say conversion equals 3 out of 4 F, then at the start I say, I could just say transform dot local scale equals, can I just do times equals conversion? No, I don't know about cybersecurity. Sorry. Nah, it's too. The problem with LLMs is that they don't actually know the stuff that I'm doing. They're not up to speed. So like it's too specific, this kind of thing. They can give you general advice, but this isn't like the kind of thing that an LLM would really get. They'd sort of get what I was talking about, but they wouldn't really get. They'd be able to like give you something, but it wouldn't be exactly what we want. So the problem here is that, yeah, like at 0.75 with 1080p, it works. And I suppose the answer is that, what's my ethnicity? Lebanese. I suppose at 1080p it makes sense, and maybe even at 720 it would work too. No, didn't work. Oh, hang on. Yes, nope, not at 720p either. And just making sure that I've got my settings set up for this. Yeah. So if we set this to 1 here, it probably would work. Well, that's quite large for 720p. Like, should it be 0.5 at 720? No. Should it be... Oh, this might be a 6th. I mean, 6 points, like 2/3 at 720. Yeah. So I got it. So at 1080, have you ever worked in the industry in Australia? Not in, well, I mean, I've been around. Like I've done work for game dev companies as a UX designer. I've done work as a contractor, like an art contractor. I'm very familiar with a bunch of companies here. Like I know the CEOs of some of the smaller indies, personally. As far as like having like an employee, like a job, like a paying job where I'm just like a full-time employee. No, I did most of my full-time employee days was as a UX designer, mostly in the broadcast space. But in the indie space, I could give you some pointers. If you were in Sydney, I could tell you who was who and where to go to find opportunities. So let's do some maths. Yeah. Well, it's not just in Spider-Man. That's on a real plane. If you fly United Airlines, you've seen my UI. Okay. So like we've got like 1920 by 1080, yeah? And then we take that number and we multiply that by 0.75, and that gives us some number, right? This is the smaller number. Now we take 1280 by 720. We take that, and then we multiply the UI in that case by 1/3, by 2/3 points. So I go over here and I say not even 0.2 out of 3, and I get that. And this into this should be double. I'm expecting. Like that's 810. That's 480. How does 810 relate to 480 in this context? That's what I don't get. Because these numbers give us a correctly scaled UI depending on which zoom thing we're on. The pixel scale is correct. I'm guessing I'm starting to wake up again, I think. my UI transform is in world space. Yeah, that's right. Physical art for insignia, like the stuff behind me. Why are messages getting deleted? Are you considering making an insignia art book? I do have like a notebook that I did all the concepts for in like before I started the game. Before I started the Unity project. Most of it is digital now though. Oh, that was you. Sorry, I was just like, why? Because there was like 3 deleted messages in a row from 2 different people. And I'm like, who's getting all their messages deleted? But if you're deleting them to edit them, that's fair. Okay. So like, yeah, like 75% of 1080p. Again, we'll try just to make sure I didn't get that wrong. 0.75 gives us 810. I think that's if you take, well, it's 3/4 of 1080p. 3 to 4. We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. I can feel my brain's momentum picking back up. This is 1080p. And this is, and 1080's pixel scale. Oh, this as it relates to 640 by 360, I think maybe. Oh, but you know what? This scene is like it's a close-up scene, so it might not even, I don't even want to go there. Yeah. Oh, damn. Oh no. This scene's orthographic size is like even, actually, it shouldn't matter. It shouldn't. Oh man. No, it does matter. It totally matters. Oh, I made this so complicated. Hey Charles, I saw your message. I think you emailed me. It's on our Discord. If you go to our Discord, you can assign yourself a role. There's a forum called like when you sign into the Discord, there is a way to assign yourself a role as scene graph beta tester, I think. And that gives you access to the forum in Discord. And then from there, you can do whatever you need to do. All right. So, yeah, you know what's really, I remembered what was happening. So see this? It's because when the camera zooms in and out, it's scaling the UI. So like this scene is this is not a 640 by 360 scene. This is a 480 by 270 scene. In terms of like how much you see on camera. In fact, is it? Yeah. This is like a close-up scene. So the problem is because the UI is in world space and the camera zooms in. When the camera zooms in, it affects the UI scaling. We can get around all of this if we don't use world scaling for the UI. But the problem is when someone's talking, I want the position of this to be correct. So I would need to do like screen space conversion, world to screen space, which I guess is trivial. I think you can do that. But I would need to basically move this dialogue pin to reflect its actual position on the characters' heads. Right now, it's pretty easy to do that because I just set the transform position to be above their heads. But I'd have to do like a multiplication. I'd have to factor it out first. The screen to world space conversion, I'd have to do that first. Again, probably not a big deal in the grand scheme of things. So do we just like re-implement the UI right now? Like, do I go down that road? This could take me like days. I've like built a house on this lean, and it's been leaning and leaning and leaning. My UI in my game, it's like all the way over here, and it's like if I just I can either try to add something on top, or I have to build the whole thing. Yes. So with the UI scaler on, it works when I undo all the changes I just did. So now I'm starting to remember what the point of that script was. The point of that script was that this, no matter how zoomed in this is, that's the correct size. All right. So the only problem is, if I then scale it, it's only the correct size relative to being like whatever I was trying to make it be, which in this case was like 480 by 270 on a 640 by 360 screen. But that conversion from 640 by 360 to 480 by 270, that conversion is here. This is the 640 by 360, and this is the presumably 480 by 270. And right now, obviously, as this scales up, it's going to scale smoothly until it hits. Well, it's just like a scale factor. So it's just. I wonder why it's doing that. I guess. Well, I kind of. That's a good question. Why is it 0.75, the value that we ended up at? Why not just 1? Oh, because when we zoom into 1.35, that's 0.75 of 1.8 in terms of the camera height. If I was to go outside to like a different scene, I think I got this. It doesn't scale at all because the current scale is 1.8. So that's just 1. That's 1.8. I press enter. I check this. I'm figuring it out now. We're back. My brain's working again. So this really just scales between it. All it does is takes the current camera size. That's exactly what this is doing, and saying, what's our current size relative to what the default size is, which is 1.8. Now, that's all good and well, but because 1.8 assumes 16 by 9, multiple of 1080p, and we're not sticking to 1080p anymore. We can't really stick to 1.8. It's fine as a reference resolution, but in terms of like how big the UI should actually be, well, it should be whatever it needs to be to take up however many zoom scales we want on screen. So the thing is, it's still built, like the UI is still built for 1x at 640 by 360. That's how it's designed. So any number that we multiply to create the final local scale needs to reflect, it needs to be represented as in reference to 1.8. It's like 1.8 times what? That's the problem. Because 1x is going to be 1.8 in terms of the scale. So, okay, now I'm sort of following again. Now, if we take the current orthographic size of 1.8. That gives us a ratio, which is one thing. But we should take the... I'd like to know how many, and I've got this, I've literally got this, integer scaled ortho size. This tells me the nearest pixel, the nearest orthographic size that we could use to get something that's integer scaled. So, again, if I log this, ortho size with a pixel scale of 1. For 1080p, this is 5.4. I'm assuming I pass in 1.8. So in this case, it's 3. Because it is 3. We're at 3x now. And the question then is, what is the scale of the UI that leads to that? Well, 1 is what we get at 3. So like 1.25, I imagine, is what we get at 4 or something like that, or 1. Some bigger number, 1.6 maybe? No. Yeah. No. 1.0 is 3/4 of what? Was the answer to that question. 1.333. So then it needs to be no, but it's in world scale. So it's a moving target. That's the problem. Because that, I suppose we could do this, right? We could say, this is the intended scale, yeah? We could say, now why doesn't that like that? This is a vector 3. Let's just use the y for now. So in this case, actually, we could just remove that because it's going to be 1. So intended scale is that. If we pass this into our get integer scale, that's going to give us an integer value at whatever current zoom we would be at. Let's try that. Man, it was really hard to reason that. So as I go up, this should, oh, okay, it doesn't like that. It's like 5? Why 5? Oh, because we're at 1080p. Let's go back to free aspect. 2. 4. Where's 3 though? Why do we never get to see 3? I guess if I go up one more, I'm going to get like 6s. Five. Why not 3 then? How come I got... two? Four. It does seem strange that we never got to 3. We went straight from 2 to 4 between these two. I don't know how that figures. Two, 4, and 5? How does that work? Anyway, let's let sleeping dogs lie. Whatever the value is what the value is. So now we have integer values that we would want to scale at. What happens if we set it? What happens if we? Well, we can't multiply the local scale by that. Can't do that. But we can. We can take the scale at the intended scale. No. Yeah, man, this is too hard for me. Because, like, it's set up as, like, 480 by 270. Well, no, it's set up as 640 by 360. It's totally fine like that. So, like, if we are at 2x at 640 by 360, I'm actually really bothered that I ever got 5 out of this process. This really bothers me. Why did we get 5 out of that? Because is it because I'm rounding up? If I cast to int, will it be correct? I would have thought that round would have got me better breakpoints. I mean, I can try casting it. One, nothing. Three. Five. I mean, 135 sounds better than 245, right? I don't know. I mean, this is certainly wrong. The values are wrong. That's correct. That's just not even close. So rounding to int was correct. I just don't know. We could do seal or something. I'm just not sure, like, why it's not 1, 2, and 3. Why are they not the values that I'm getting? Hey board, UI scaling with arbitrary screen sizes. think I just gotta let this one go. I think I just can't solve this right now. Because it's gonna take too long to rebuild it, and I should rebuild it. I should refactor it. But I don't have the time to do that now. And I'm opening a can of worms that's just costing me time. I could prepare other things. I could be updating this background right now, making it look prettier. It's like a post GDC task. It's not a pre GDC task. I just thought I could get it out of the way in like a couple hours today and then just move on. And I still think I kind of could do that. It's just, I'm very stubborn. Ah, boy. Four. 2. Wait. At free aspect? Oh, yeah. Oh. Okay, maybe that is what we get then. Wait, really? We scale at this there? That's really big. I would have thought, I guess we can't really come in further than this, can we? I probably still would have though. I probably still would have until here. I wouldn't have gone much further out than that. And even here at this height, like I probably would have gone to the default, the 1080 by here. So maybe it's actually, oh, is it that this times 4? Let me get the actual number. Let me get the actual number before I round it to int. That's gonna help. Oh, hang on a second. No, I've just confused myself. None of this matters. I'd have to do that to get what I'm thinking of, what I'm expecting to see. It is mostly a problem about that. So hang on, if I go over here and I look at it, 2, that's correct. And that's 1. Yeah. And this is 3. That's what I was hoping to see. I just plugged in the wrong thing. Okay. So, all right. That's fine then. The only thing is the number that I'm getting, 1, 2, and 3, I'm getting them at sizes that I probably don't want them to be. Like I should probably go to 1, not yet, there maybe. And then I should probably go to 3, like stay at, this should be 2 here. So let me try to get the value that this would have returned. And then this becomes that. And then let's get that. Hey Kyle, how's it going? Okay, so it's 1 there. It's 2 there. Wait, but I haven't rounded it to int. I guess this needs to be like 1.8 or something. Not sure. Thanks for watching. I don't know how helpful it is, but it's kind of just watching a guy struggle. Yeah, so that's that one. That's the point, the 1.5 spot there. So here we're at 1.5. The second we cross back down below 1.5, we're in 1 land. And the thing is, I don't want to seal it. That's not right. Because seal would still be in 2 at this point. Still be 2, still be 2, still be 2. And then we would snap to 1 here. Well, maybe that's what we should be doing. Let's try it. I mean, can't hurt. Pitfalls and advice. Start with your... Okay, is your Metroidvania... I'm assuming it's ability-based progression is the thing you're talking about, and the world design based on that. Start with your abilities. Design those first. Figure out exactly... That's better. That's better. That's better. Nice. Now, you do lose a little as you come in. That's pretty tight. It doesn't really favor people with taller screens. Like if you have 16 by 10. Wait a second. Yeah, if you have a 16 by 10 monitor, you might get something that looks like... I mean, I don't even know. Actually, no, you'll just get a bit more. Yeah, start with your abilities, design those, and then don't design your world first. Design the abilities, design level chunks that use the abilities and require them, and then put those chunks in a map that is arranged correctly for the unlock path. Ultra wide? Well, it's like this. You lose the width. The thing is, you won't get the black bars as frequently on really, really high aspect ratios. Because it'll just go... Well, it shouldn't be doing that. That's not right. Oh, yeah. Let me try it. Let me just rig something up for a second. So like you want like 4K x-axis by like 1000 y-axis. Something stupid like that. You would get this. Hey Bilbo Swaggins, thanks for the sub, welcome. My PC specs. I got a Ryzen 7 something. I got a RTX 3050, not a massive graphics card. It's like a terabyte of DDR5. Not DDR5. Is that, what's the SSD? A terabyte NVMe, like a Samsung something. I got a few SSDs in it. And then I've got 64 gigs of DDR5, I think is what we went with. And there's an 800 watt PSU in there. All right. It's a Ryzen. I think is it a 7800? Is that what it is that I got? I got help from chat to build it. No, it's not even 2D versus 3D. It's so important to design the abilities first in terms of level design. Like, what challenges do you want your player to be able to overcome or be gated by, in what order? Because the order that you unlock the abilities in a Metroidvania totally reframes the path that you can take in the game. So knowing, like, do you get a double jump first? Do you get a forward dash? What do you get in the game? And then what enemies in your game or in other level design elements should the player be interacting with surrounding those abilities in the order that you get them? So if like the first zone is about double jumps or whatever, because that's the ability you get first, well then all of your early game enemies should be enemies that like reward or punish how you interact with the double jump ability. But if that ability comes like at the end of the game, then your early game enemies shouldn't have anything to do with the double jump, or maybe like one of them should or something like that. So it's like the actual, you know, you're constructing the puzzle. So this, yeah, I guess for ultra wides, like not showing you more. It's hard because what do you do? Do you show less? Or do you show more? If we go back to free aspect for a second, as I zoom in, what should I do? Like, should I keep coming out at this tiny scale? Or should I zoom in and cut off the sides so that you can see the character properly, even if you can't see the world enough? I think the way that I had it, the round to int, was probably the best compromise, because floor to int is going to be bad. It could be like round to int if it well, I got to think about gameplay. It's not just about visual appeal. The less you can see off the sides, the harder it is to play the game. So in this context, when we zoom out, you see a lot. It's still not really, well, the wider you go here, I'm still blocking you off. It's hard, man. For me, there's still a lot of content for us to put in the game. I mean, I probably wouldn't. Maybe if I add 0.5 to this, or 0.25 to this number, maybe that's when it should scale. Like maybe like here is as close as I should let you come. I don't think I should let you get this, like this close is too close. Maybe like that close should be when it scales. So like, if I take this value and I give you like plus 0.25, just a bit of offset. Sorry, Fallen Sky. I don't have any tips for you there. Yeah, so here you get a bit more than you would otherwise get as you scale down. And then it passes through the resolution you'd actually want. So but now we're not there yet at 1080p. Oh man. No. So what, I subtract that much? Because we still need to be at 3x at 1080. That has to be the case. So there we go. Which means that when we zoom out, yeah, you get a lot more for a lot longer. And then right up to 640 by 360. So this is like biasing, giving you more. Maybe like 0.1, not 0.25. Are you doing this linearly or some sort of curve? No, this is integer scaling. So it's based on it's based on how much. So taking the camera scale, as the camera scale passes through certain sizes relative to the original designed resolution, I'm snapping it at the nearest integer. So like the pixels, so that they look like pixels. Yeah, like that's not great. That's fine. That's really good. That's fine. Yeah, this is really about low res systems. Like if you're trying to play the game on like 640 by 480, what should you see? Should you see more, or should you see black bars at the bottom and top? If I take this away, especially if I go round to int. No, I didn't figure it out. We're sort of on a different task almost now. What you should see at 640 by 480 in this scene is black bars top and bottom. Even that's wrong. Well, if I give you 640 by 360, that's the actual what you should see. So it's the same thing here as there. If you have extra pixels tall, what should you see? Should you see more height? Yeah. Yeah, I think you should see more height if you have more height. And then as you go up in the scale, so 720p, you should see as much as that should let you see at the scale that you can. And then if you had like 1280 by 800, for example, again, you should just see more height. Right? You should just get more height. You shouldn't get more width. But we're still talking about dimensions that are taller than 16 by 9. But the question is, what about wider than 16 by 9? There's some sort of tuning being done. Yeah, what we're really doing is defining a strategy for what should happen when your screen does not have a 16 by 9 ratio. And there should be basically one heuristic for that. Do you get more, or do I give you black bars? That's the question. It's not about like, what do you do at this resolution? What do you do at this resolution? I'm just seeing if the strategy works, if the strategy feels good at those resolutions. But I wouldn't have different logic for the different resolutions. I don't think so. Like, if you have an ultra wide, let's say you have like 640, let's say you have like 480 pixels tall, but you've got 800 wide. Like, what should that look like relative to 640 by 480? Like here, I've given you the width. Yeah, but that's not, I'm not changing things, eyes, depending on what the ratios are. I'm finding one thing. I'm not actually plotting different things and getting there. I'm just saying, hey, do I like this? Like, should I give you black bars here? Or the thing that I was really doing before we started this digression, one step from the previous thing we were actually supposed to be doing, was should I zoom you in here? That was the next question. Like at this scale, if I go a little bigger, you either get a lot of wide or you actually get close in and you get narrow. Obviously, I just, going from here to here, you're seeing a lot less width, but you're getting closer to the character because we bumped up one integer scale to get there. So same integer scale, more width. Next integer scale, less width. The question is this how we want it to play out? I think this is better because we never get less than, well, here we do have less than. So is it, this was round to int. I'm not really sure what's happening here. I'm not really sure what this, is this, like that's not what, at this scale, why is this? Oh, because we're in the middle. We're at 1.5. So it's really awkward. Wait, but then like, what's that? What's that number? That's, oh, it's almost 1. So at 1, we get exactly what we would have wanted to see. At anything bigger than 1, but smaller than 1.5, it's great. We get like way more. That's great. But then anything from 1.5 to 2, it's narrow. It's narrow, 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 narrow until we get to 2. And then at 2, we get what we want to see. So my thing is, as I'm passing through these resolutions, I mean, what should happen here? I mean, what else could I do? From here, I'm at 2, right? That's like at 2x, that's what you're supposed to see. At 720p, that's what you see. If you have a monitor that's got less than 720, but you still got 1280, what do you see? Like, do I crop off the top and bottom? I can't do that. I mean, I am cropping off the top and bottom. I can't, what's the word? I can't not do that. I'm sort of stuck doing it. I'm sort of stuck no matter what I do. I can't give you more width. I guess I could preserve the width. I could try that. Like, as we get to here, just give you a little more width. More width, more width, more width, more width. So this doesn't close in. Because right now I'm preserving 16 by 9. And then actually the real question is, right now, is it the black bars that are doing this? Like, am I stopping the player from seeing this? Because I might be able to relax them. Yeah, I could give you more, actually. If I pause this now, I could definitely give you more. Yeah, I could do whatever we could do whatever we want. So it's really, It's this that I'm doing. I'm stopping it from coming in. So hang on a second. As I get closer, let's say to like here, is the aspect ratio always, the aspect ratio is always 16:9, but I could make it so that as we get below, what was it? The number was like above 1.5 and less than 2. So here we're at 1.5, we're at 1.51. So from here, as we zoom out to 2, wait, hang on a second. That doesn't make any sense. What? Hang on. Let's pull this back up. Yeah, we're at 1.5. We can't see enough. We want to see more than this. As we pull out to 2, between 1.5 and 2, those black bars should just go. They just shouldn't be there. And the reasoning is, should we just take it off? Do I just literally just make it like, where is it? The letterbox sprite. This mask interaction should just become none. Oh, visible inside, outside? No. This should just go away. The letterbox sprite should disappear between point on the upper halves of every integer. The problem I have with this still is that as soon as we go into 1080p, we get a whole different zoom scale that we wouldn't have gotten at any resolution just under 1080p. Like if you have like 900p, you're not going to see it at the full scale. Is that weird? Or should 900p give you, a little more width than you would actually get from 1080, just smaller? Like in this case, 900p just looks further away, really, doesn't it? That's just what it is. But if you go 1080, you see less. Now I'm confused. Well, now we're talking about the integer scaling kicking in. At 900p, yeah, you are going to see less. So now you've got to choose between wanting that or literally just turning integer scaling off, putting graphical fidelity on, and just looking at it at whatever resolution you're going to get, and you just cop it. You just get what you get. So at 900p, you get exactly the same screen. Or strats. You're just having to compromise sharpness. And then at every resolution, you get the same. That's more intensive on the CPU, on the GPU, sorry. Well, that's what we're talking about right now. If I go to ultra wide, I'm not going to give you more screen space beyond a certain point. Like, I'm not going to do it because it doesn't work. The level design doesn't work if I do that. I have to make it so that, if I turn graphical fidelity off and integer scaling off, then you get Uggo. It just looks bad. So you want to turn it on. And I shouldn't really give you much more width. For ultra wides, yeah, you get the black bars. It's just that there are some resolutions where it's really not fair. Like, well, yeah, like this to this, that's not fair. Those black bars aren't really very nice to you at that point, because you're actually getting less than you normally would. You're getting less in the height and you're getting less in the width. We've zoomed in basically. So for this one, I'd have to take the black bars away, or not take them away, but basically lock the mask so that it stops at like there. That's pretty much what the 1080p view would look like. You just get less height. Which I don't actually know where's the script that handles this. It might be the render camera control. Yeah. So it's just taking native width, native height, times 100 times ortho factor. Which is just taking our current orthographic size. We could, oh, we don't have to use native width. We could use screen res dot width. That's not going to bring it in the letterboxing though, is it? We could take the max of these two numbers. That's kind of what I want to do. Take the max of the native width and what we would expect the actual width to be. This is really hard stuff for me. So like here, this number 4.8, we could keep going out until that was 6.4. That's the actual scale. Wait, why did... Huh? I load this level and I get a different background? Every time? Look at where the gap is. Nope, okay, that's just weird. But I had it set up so that you could see the... I'm not going to say anything. Shut my mouth. So anyway, that number, so whichever is bigger, 6.4 or that number. Nah, not going to do that. Here's what I'm going to do. It should be max, right? Mathf.max. Yeah, I've heard of them. Yeah, they're just not, it's at a certain point in a project, you get to a point where it's just not really practical to try and explain something to an AI because their comprehension isn't actually good enough for what you're trying to do. Like, they aren't, if I say, help me write a 2D player controller for a video game, that's something an AI can tell you to do because everyone writes the same code. But if I'm saying, help me fix this specific thing that's dependent on a bunch of code that I wrote in my game, well, nobody else has written my game before. So the more specific the thing that I need help with, the more generic an answer I'm going to get, because they just don't know what I'm doing. So they'll be able to say like, oh, this code does this, or try this, but they don't have like an understanding of like the actual, you know, it's not compiling the code in its head and interpreting what should happen and what could happen. It's not doing that. It's really just going, sounds like this, and then confidently giving you that. So here we get, as we zoom in, we keep the width. That was kind of cool. But then why did we get... I see. Yeah, I thought that was the case. Okay, let's try this. Maybe just like that. Yeah, so we come in, well, I don't understand how we lost the bars as we went above 6.4. Why did that happen? I mean, that's pretty cool that we got, like, it's just that I don't want the player to see that. In this case, we're at 9.5. I mean, at this point, why don't I just say it's always 6.4? If I want it to snap to 6.4 when it's above and below 6.4, then it sounds like I just want it to be 6.4. Oh, great. No, it's after that. Or another way to put this would be, take this part and apply this to that instead. But otherwise make this 6.4. I would say like, I'm like pretty good at programming, but I'm not like a whiz kid or anything. I'm all right. So, what's going on here? What's the problem here? We got an issue. It didn't quite do what I wanted it to do, and I didn't really do anything different. So instead, I'm just gonna go back. Like, I don't know why that didn't work, for example. It'll work now, but I didn't. I thought I could just, oh, maybe it's an order of operations issue. The division's happening later. Yeah. So here, what we're doing is we're not letting the player. Ah, but the black bars are now coming in over the camera. Ah, that sucks. They're just obscuring what the camera thinks it could see. Oh, that's way worse. Oh no. There's like stuff here in the black bar space that the camera thinks it can see. Therefore, it's pushing itself to the right. Oh man. Anyway, as we zoom in, I mean, this is 6.4 wide. We're seeing totally different amounts of stuff here. But maybe actually if we were zoomed, positioned correctly, like if I stop this here and I take the camera and I move it to the left to the amount that you would be able to see, like here. No, that's still not right. Like that. Oh no, that is right. Huh, is it? If I put that there, that is about what you would see if you zoomed in. Could you? Yeah, I guess it is. So it is working correctly. It's just unfortunately not taking into account that the black bars are cutting off content that the camera thinks it should see. But then what about here? Oh, that's the same as well. But now the camera thinks it's the same problem in reverse. So now I'm showing you exactly a set amount of height and width. I mean, a set amount of width. And then you just get to have more height, I guess, if you want. Yeah, I mean, sure. I'm also not really sure why we lost the... Oh no, there's no black bars on the floor. But when we came in? No. Oh. Okay. Oh. Man, this is really freaking hard. This problem, I probably could go around forever on this problem. And it's cost me like a few hours of work now. So I'm just gonna say goodbye to the problem, and I'm keeping it as it is. This solution that I have here is fine. Hopefully, you know, it's not too bad. The UI scaling is something that I really do want to fix, but I mean, I probably should be doing that the old-fashioned way. In the meantime, anything with half a decent CPU, GPU should be able to just do the rescaling, in which case none of this matters. We just do it this way. That is to say, just resample the texture. And it looks like pixel art no matter what. And if you happen to have a taller monitor, like something like this, then, you know, tough luck, I guess. You just lose a little bit of width. If it was like 1920 by like 1200, what does that get me? Oh, I think it cropped me off, but it did. If I scale this out, 1920 by 1200. Oh, you just get more of the height? Is that all? What's the difference? Oops. It zoomed it in. It's a little unfortunate, man. Because I want to give you black bars. I don't want to zoom you in. And I can do that if you go integer scaling. if you do that, then you should be able to see the 1080p landscape view just with a bit extra. Yeah, that's... Yes. So with integer scaling turned on, you can actually get more height. Because I'm locking it to the 1080p height in pixels. And then the extra pixels you just get because you can render them. Sorry, the 1080p width we're keeping, but we get an extra bit of height. That's if you just turn everything on. Boy, oh boy. This won't let you get more if you go wider. But maybe... No. No. And something like the Steam Deck, which is 1280 by 800 versus 1280 by 720 in this situation, just gives you more height. I think that's what we should support. I think that's all we can do, is just give you a little bit more height for the 16 by 9s. I don't want to support things wider than 16 by 9. I only want to support things at 16 by 9 or taller. Everything else you can get black bars and enjoy. And I don't think at free aspect, like, I can't help you. If you have a monitor that's basically a square, I'm sorry. Like, what do you want from me? I'm not supporting 4x3 right now. Maybe 640 by 480. But like, 800 by 600, sorry. Yeah, Steam Deck we just tested. That's 1280 by 800. That's what you normally see, plus a bit more at the top and bottom. So I think we're doing a good job there. So now to go all the way back to the first thing we were doing today, which is the question around scaling the UI appropriately. What's switched to? It'll be 1080p, I'm sure. So scaling the UI appropriately is going to be hard here because, yeah, I probably should be doing it screen space. Oh boy. It's really getting me because, like, if I don't scale it at all, right? If I just say it's like, hey, we're at 1080p and I have my UI and I don't scale it. But it's when I zoom in, that's the problem. It's when the game view zooms in, the UI is going to zoom in because it's in world space and it's attached to the well, you know, when the camera cuts in, when I zoom, It's going to cut off things that are world space larger. So to turn that into screen pixels is just annoying. That's the thing I was stuck with earlier, that I just didn't know what to do. Like, how do you take the scaled worldview, unscale it, and then rescale it to the correct nearest integer scale? That's the issue. So, I mean, we can still do that. Like, if I just go back here and turn this on, I think it'll mostly do that. Can we go around again? So here's the first thing. If we bring in our our UI and we have the scaler on, when we go like this, that's actually technically what it's doing. It is scaling it against the thing like this. If we go free aspect, yeah, here. What would it be doing if we turn this off? We turn it off and we say 111. It would stay at the scale that it is. Okay. If we zoom in, why is that bad? That's fine. That's what we wanted, right? I just said that we wanted that. So what's wrong with it? What's wrong with it is that we need to multiply that value from this works at 640. If we zoom in, now we're too close, I think, at all these resolutions. We're too close. So it's really just factoring out the current camera scale from 640 by 360 before we do that, before we do what we're doing right now. Oh, well, that's really straightforward. So like multiply it by intended scale. No, like scene scale. Not even, yeah, we'll call it scene scale. So you literally just multiply by this, right before we do the final thing. We just, really? I just had to do this. Hang on a second. No. Oh, hang on a second. I think the problem is that this isn't going to be it's not going to be at a correct, it's not going to be pixel perfect, I guess. Is that why I didn't like that solution? Because it scales great this way. Okay. Hang on. No. That's not right. It's almost like this should be damn, I'm so close. Oh, I'm so close. Oh. Do we just take this away? That can't be right. It's the camera orthographic size over this ends up being 1, right? When we zoom in. And hang on. Oh, I'm so close. I'm so close. Wait, why is it 0.79? Some random number. Oh, hang on a second. Oh. What? It was working correctly. Did I not? Did it not? What? I just had it. Yeah. Was it because we were at 1080p? It was working? No, that can't be right. Huh. No, but we didn't. We wanted it to not do that, right? Oh man, what just happened? I thought I had it. What was I doing? I don't know what setting I had it on just now. Like when we were scaling it, it was staying at the same size, and then it would, I think if I, was that when I turned it off with free aspect? Yeah. Kind of. Yeah, this is what I would want to happen, except for the fact that at the start, we want to give it a fixed scale. Either one. So it's really just, I think I got it. I think I got it. I think I got it. I'm so close. Okay, first of all, we don't need this. We don't need these. And we don't need this. Instead of this, we just need to say it's start scale. Wait, but that's what I've just got. Oh, shit. I was literally about to write that code. Godot's okay. It's a bit young. Unity's more experienced. It's a bigger suite of. It's got more support, but it's also not free in the long run because it's got a license to it. So it depends on whether if you're like figuring stuff out and just playing around. Godot's great because it'll be good a few years from now when your game starts getting better and you're making a bigger project. Unity right now, if you're making a big project, it's worth it. All right. So what I want to do, if I literally make this do nothing, what's the operation I want? I think I just want it to get smaller. I want to multiply it by 0.75, which would be the scale. Oh, that's what it was. It's the scale multiplied by 1.8, not the camera ortho size. Aha. So it's 1.8. It's video settings dot integer scale at 1.8f over 1.8f. Vector 3.1 multiplied by that. Oh, Jesus. Okay, is that it? Did I get it? I can't tell if I got it or not. Dude, definitely got a lot smaller then. What happens if I go in here? Do I get the same result though? If I get the same result, at least I'm on the right track. It's not great here. What if we don't do that? It's going to be crazy. It's not going to be right. Yeah. Okay. Okay. What if it's the other way around? I never know which one it is. We should log it. We'll be able to see it in the transform. It's right there. I don't need to worry to do that. Yeah, it's not right, is it? Boy. I think there's one last thing here that's wrong, which is that when this is 1080p landscape, this number should be 1. And right now we're getting 1.6. So what we would need to do is get the integer scale, is get the pixel size at 1.8. That's what it is, I think. Like it's 5.4. Hey Thetra, I'm trying to scale the UI consistently. I'm really close. I'm really close. It's okay. It's it's the scale that we would be at, not 1.8. 1.8 is not a scale. So it's Is it maybe me just, is it literally just this? Over that? Like, do it for both of them? You just cast both of them to integer and just make it that? Hang on. No, hang on. Hang on. Oh, that is it. That is it. Oh my God. That was, oh, actually, nope, not quite. Oh. What? Every other scale is right, but everyone in between is not right. How did that happen? It's because the rounding happens at 2 different stops. So it's going between 1 and 2 all the way down. Like for there, 1 is great. For here, 2 is wrong. For here, 1 is great. Wait, for here, 1.5 is wrong. Wait, so why shouldn't it just be 1 the whole time? Well, it can't be 1. Wait, why is you, how could that be? That's impossible. That's not possible. How is it possible? It can't be 1. I'm scaling. Oh, yeah. No, it is. It has to be 1. Wow, this is crazy. My brain cannot handle what I'm doing right now. Yeah, of course. Of course it has to be 1. Wait, no, I'm still confused. Why was it scaling before with the orthographic size? Yeah, of course I don't want to do that. Of course I don't want to do that. Why can't it just be 1 all the time? Because the camera gets smaller, right? So this should be the other way around. It has to be. It has to be. If I flip them, it'll be 0.5 in those instances, and that'll be perfect, right? No. But what do I do? What do I do to fix this thing that is happening right now? So like here, I press enter, I get 1. That's perfect. As I scale down, I want it to shrink. I mean, I should want it to shrink because you can't see it anymore. So that's good. And it should shrink at the same time as the rest of the game shrinks. So that's great. As I go up to this, that's perfect. So here, it's doing everything that I would want it to do. Okay, so perfect. Once we end up in a scene where we've zoomed in by default, this scene is not right. Why are we able to see all of this? It's actually upset me because this scene should be zoomed in. This is an inside scene. So when we load into this scene, we should be loading. It looks like he's being sarcastic. I should probably say goodbye to Mom. The way that the text is rendering. That's not zoomed in enough. And now I don't know what's happening. It's that at this aspect ratio, you can see more. But it should really be more like this, in this level. Or like at 16, well, oh God. At 720p, that's what we see. At proper zoom, that's what we see. So, yeah, it is zoomed in. All right. So when we've zoomed in at 720p, our numbers are afternoon. I gotta go soon. This was really unfruitful. Okay. So here, as we zoom in, okay, the scale is 3 and 2. Okay, well that's just wrong, isn't it? Three and 2. And it never changes? Why? How come before it was doing it? What did I do differently? I don't understand. What did I do different? Is it the start scale? No. Hang on a sec. I think start scale is... I think, has this got don't destroy on load on it? Is he a self-insert? Me? No. No, there's a different self-insert in the game. Do you mean funky in like a groovy? Or you mean funky as in like funky? Like the smell. No, he's not me. So now my question is, why do we all of a sudden, when we zoom in and out, wait, because I'm on 720p. Let's go back to free aspect. Yeah, it's that. It's because I'm an idiot and I'm not paying attention to what I'm doing. So, all right. Well, we know it's wrong at 720p at least. All right. So it's like, first it's, start with here. They're both 1. That's good. As we scale up, then it's 2 and 1. Okay. Then as we scale up, then it becomes 2 and 2. So really it's just this 2 and 1 is a problem. Anytime the numbers are off, aren't synced. And I suppose the question is, why do we care about the second number? Can we not just can we not set the scale so that it's like whenever the game snaps, as we zoom in, like that number there, the thing that changed was the first number. So the first number is really the only thing that we care about. The only problem is that we need to know, I mean, we could just call this divided by 1. Or just don't divide it. Why don't we just do that? I don't think that's right though, because there's the camera orthographic size. Oh no, but then integer scaling it. Wow, if that's the answer, I am flabbergasted. If that's the answer, I don't deserve to be doing this. No, okay. Okay. So it's this, but it's not this over 1.8f, is it? No, it definitely is a rounding issue, but they're both being rounded in the same way, so it shouldn't. Okay. Oh. It's what this would have been, which is this over 1.8f. Multiply it by what it would have been. Maybe? Or even multiply it by what yeah. No. Okay. All right. Why though? No, but it's the other way. It is the other way. It's because the camera, as it gets bigger, we can do that, but we have to divide by this number, not multiply. Because that number is going to get bigger than that number as the camera wait a second. The local scale of the transform should get smaller. God damn it, I'm so dumb. Okay, well that's certainly not right. Multiply that. Put this over that, maybe? Well, that's just gonna get really big, isn't it? That's all big numbers. Now I'm just guessing. Yeah, that's not right. I was so close. Right here, I had something. So that's good. Yeah, that's great even. And especially as I start to zoom, it scales correctly. As we go up to the 1080p zoom, it's great. Perfect. Now, when the scene zoom, which is no, it's far out. This is hard. Wow, I'm trying really hard to understand what this is. When the scene, not the scene size. I keep picking the size, and it's not the orthographic size. This number here that I'm dividing by, that I want to then scale. It's not the orthographic size. It's the pixel scale, the integer scale. But I'm already dividing by, this is the integer scale. Let's do some int ortho scale equals. Wait, this sends a float? Come on, Adam. Okay, let's start simplifying. Okay. All right. So currently we are taking this scale, and it's not ortho scale, it's ortho int. By default ortho int. Let's call it that. So what we're doing is we're casting the camera's orthographic size to an integer. We're rounding it. And then we're also rounding the integer that we would have, the pixel scale that we were at. So we call this like ortho pixel scale. Maybe that's a better way to describe it. Okay. And the problem is that we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. I'm such a dummy, but we're gonna get there. Even if I waste time doing it. So it's 2 and 2. And when I zoom in, it's 1 and 1, 2 and 2. This even will become 3 and 3 when I do this. And that's fine because the camera is currently zoomed at 1.8. So this 1.8 is the pixel scale that 1.8 is how would I put this? What is that value? It's the integer scale of the current camera size. Is it? What do we call this? I don't know what we call this, because it's no longer like, this is probably the meat of why this is so complicated. This 1.76 like is rendering at a pixel scale as if it was 1080p 1.8, but it's 1.76 because we sort of still need to we need to sort of scale the camera up as we shrink the viewport to remain at that same pixel scale. So this is pixel scale 3, basically. I call that 1.8 because we're seeing the pixels as if we were seeing them at 640 by 360 times 3 on a 1080p screen, being 1.8 camera size, orthographic size. That's what you would need to get that. But realistically right now, I mean, like, it's whatever. The pixel size is, I mean, the orthographic size is just like 1.3, 1.2, 1.1, whatever. And in fact, it jumps when we do this. So when we zoom, like, when we are here and we go into the camera, like now, the camera's bigger. In fact, the camera is technically smaller, which makes us see more. The pixels are bigger. When we do that, this number, this 1.8, is actually something more like 1.35. So maybe this needs to be gamesystem.scene ortho size. That's not right. That's actually not correct, but it will look correct when we walk into this scene. It's not right, but it'll look right. So that's fine here. We go in. That's fine there. No, that's too big. Okay, so still not good. But my question is, when I'm here, is this start scale like preserved because we're in a different scene? I'm actually concerned that start scale is actually, because we're on don't destroy on load, I think it's actually screwing us over. I think I shouldn't have that. Like, it's actually, if I had loaded into that scene first, it might have looked different, because it's only doing it once in the life cycle of the thing. Nope, it's still the same. Okay, I'm done. No idea then, brother. Wait, but game engine UI should only be called once, right? Or maybe it's just wrong also. Like, it's still wrong. I don't know now. Now I'm confused. Correct. We go in, and it's wrong. So the well, back to where I was before. This is wrong because we're too close. This should be 1x, and this should be 2x. And the difference is that it should be smaller because of the real answer is like that there's a zone camera in this scene, and the zone camera here is not that one. This one? Nope. This one? This one. This one has an ortho size of, well, it's using the scene ortho size. Because the scene is an indoor scene, the scene ortho size is 1.35. And so 1.35 is the thing that, oh, I get it now. I just figured it out. It's the target ortho size of the current camera is the thing that we need to be doing this with. It's the target ortho. So if I go back to main camera behavior, oh man, that's really bumming me out. When I go to operator, okay, this guy does this pixel scaling, this snapping. Integer. This integer scaled ortho size takes the target ortho and mucks around with it. This calculate orthographic size is our expected orthographic size, which comes from some other stuff. But if we go main operator, oh, this is really not where I expected to be pulling this code from. It's main camera behavior dot it's engine dot active camera dot main operator dot get calculate orthographic size. This value is the thing that I'm referring to as my scene ortho that I'm getting a bit stuck on here. And if we take that and we put it in there, so let's not do that. Let's call this float target ortho equals this, and we say this is target ortho, and then we divide them. Maybe we'll get something better. This is very roundabout. If it looks good here, I'll be surprised. Okay, looks good. Zoom in. Now we're inside. Too big. Again. No. No. I was so close. I thought I was so close. I mean, that looked okay, but it's we're off by 1 pixel scale. Why is this wrong? I think because it's literally that we're it's literally that we need to factor out after doing this operation that we're doing. This is correct. In fact, we can bring this back, I think. So here's the problem. Here's the thing. Everything is right so far. And then there's one more operation we need to do at the end of this, where we shrink it times equals something like that, but not that. It's like this, sort of, but you might want to integer scale that. Something like that, maybe. It needs to get smaller. It needs to get bigger if we're zoomed in. So this will be smaller than that, which makes this a number over 1, which makes that correct. Sort of correct. If the camera is zooming when we pause, it should be wrong. Okay, what is it, 0? I made it way too small. It's 0, okay. How did I get 0? How does this end up at 0? Hey, Emilio. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, now I'm really lost. How do you take a number and you end up with a number that's... I mean, yeah, we divide the other way. Just keep going round and round till we get it. On a better day, if I'd slept better last night and the night before and the night before, today, this would have taken about 3 minutes. I bet you. I can't test that. I can't prove that theory. It's still 0. Oh, because I didn't set this. Hang on a second. Hang on. I'm forgetting what I'm doing and I'm getting lazy. Yeah, it's just because I'm very tired. Brain no work good. Okay. Oh, too big. But maybe we do go back the other way now. Maybe we can do that now. Yeah, that's what you suggested. Not what I was suggesting. That's what you said. Yeah, let's try it. I mean, have to. Oh yeah, no, it does need to get smaller, not bigger, because I keep forgetting what we're doing. We're not shrinking a camera, we're shrinking a texture. Hey, that's correct. Wait a second. Wait. Wait, that's right. Hey, you did it. We got there. Okay, the only thing is, if we start, yeah, this will be wrong. If we're doing it mid-zoom, it'll be wrong. But if we cast that to an int, can we cast it to an int? I don't know about that actually. And the other thing is, this is not an integer value. That's the other thing that's totally wrong about all of this. Even though it's appropriately sized, it's not appropriately scaled. Like it's like sort of mostly appropriately sized, but this isn't the right it's not at a whole integer scale in pixels. And the reason why that's the case is that it'll only be correct. There's actually no way to get it right. There's actually no way to get it exactly right that's easy. Doing the methods that we're doing. It's right in that it's scaling correctly, but what we've now successfully done is replaced the fact that we are not we've like, what's the word? We've done half the work. We've got to a point where it's snapping with the world as the world snaps to integer scale. But what it's not doing is finding a nice actual size for itself, like a little bit bigger or a little bit smaller, depending on how many, like the actual pixel resolution of the application, of the device. That's what it's not doing. In order to do that, it needs to know, it needs to kind of like multiply, round, and divide. Something like that. Like quantize to the nearest possible actual integer scale for the UI. This is not easy to do. I don't think so. Again, it is just arithmetic. It's just another multiplication and a divide. But because my pipeline's a bit complicated with all my cameras and all my textures and all the stuff like that I got, it's... No. It's more like this scale, right? This scale is 0.75, but of what? It's like at 1, if I pause this and say 1, okay, this is, if we look at the pixels, yeah, every pixel is 1, 2, 3. So it is at a pixel scale of 3, yeah? That's a whole number. Now, if we turn this off at 0.75, it's not at a pixel scale of an integer. That's the problem. If I go over here and I do this, and I paste this, this is the problem. Some of these pixels are 3, some of them are 2. It doesn't know what it is. That's the problem. Because 0.75, although it is proportionately correct, it's not snapping to an actual scale that's correct for the art that is there for the thing. And it's the same thing that we're seeing in the level. Like when I go like this, when I scale the level, see how like how do I put this? Well, no, I wrote code that fixes this. So why can't I use that? That's my first question. In video settings, get integer. This thing gives us the expected art scale, finds the target orthographic size, rounds that, and then returns the corrects the target ortho size based on actual video resolution to snap to nearest integer. But that's the camera that it's returning, the camera size. This is a texture. This is a transform. That's why it's not the same function. And I don't know how to round the transform to a pixel size. That's the problem. So in order to make this work, I mean, we'd have to convert to pixel space first, I guess, before we do the calculation. I guess that's what we'd have to do. So in this case, like, it starts at 1, but 1 is really, we should call it like 3.6. And then multiply it by 100. So it becomes 360. And that's an integer. Then we take the number that we are scaling to, which is something that approximating 270 is what this pixel size is. If I counted all the pixels, I'd get 270 here. So if I take 270, then I go 3.6 over 2.7, and that's going to give me 0.75, obviously. Where am I? 360 over 270. Or the other way around, 270 over 360, 0.75. But that number is a ratio, yeah? If I took 640 and multiply it by that, well, I'm going to get 270 again. Hang on a second. Why is it wrong? I'm still figuring out. Well, it's wrong because... Why is it wrong? Why is that wrong? Why is it wrong to take this UI and scale it by 0.75? That I can't answer. Why is it wrong to do that? If I scale it by 1, it's perfect. Because we've already multiplied by by some number to get here. Okay. So what have we done? We've taken a texture that's 640 by 360. 640 by 360. Then to get zoomed in, to zoom into the game, we multiplied this in game by 1 point, well, whatever it is, we multiplied it by, we changed the camera size from 1.8 to 1.35, the equivalent of that. That number, this thing here, 480, we got closer by 480 over 360. And when we did that, we ended up with this number that if we take this and multiply it by 0.75 to go back, we don't end up back here again. I think that's what's happening. Because 480 and 360 are not the same as 320 and 270. That's the problem. That's the problem. So if we go 360 height, we make this, 50. And then we take 270 and we compare those two. And then we take 360 and compare it to 480. These are not this, well, I don't think they're the same. Maybe they are, but that doesn't, well, they are the same. So there goes my theory. They are the same. Why is it wrong, Adam? Why is it wrong? I'm trying really hard to guess this correctly, and I can't do the math. I don't know why this isn't a whole number. At any point, it's wrong the whole time. It's always wrong. Let's like try to look at it a bit closer. Why is this number wrong? It looks like we're at 2.5. It looks like every other pixel is correct. Like we're right between one resolution and the other resolution. Did I end up at 1.5x or something? Did I do something that multiplied not quite right? Let's ask the question, what number would this have to be to get this looking perfect? If it was 0.66, would that be right? Like 6667 kind of thing. My feeling is that it wouldn't be. I mean, it doesn't look like it's right. But we should be able to take this and have a look. Okay. What if it was 1.25? No, neither of those are right either. What do we have to do to make the pixels pixels? That's pretty close. Wait, well, it's obviously 1 and 1. I'm so stupid. It's just got to be like 0.5 and 0.5. Or like 1 and 1. How many pixels have we got here? This is only 2x. So there isn't anything you can do. There isn't one. You can only be at either 2x or 1x or 3x. You can't be at 2.5x. You can't. It doesn't matter what I try to do here. There's no scale that's right here. That is not a real number scale. That's why it doesn't work. Like, this is correct. Well, it's not correct because it's 0.75. If it was 1, it would be correct. Let's try it again. If it's 1, that's good. That's at 1x, we're at, is it 3 or is it 2? At 1x, we're at 3. Ah, so then it should it not be then 0.66? Yeah, not 7.5, but 0.6, like at 2/3. But I don't understand. Ah, because the texture was, wait, but even if I go, what the heck? Okay, so it's 0.66, that's the answer. It's thirds because we started at 1 and we're going into quarters. But my thing is this. When we load in at first, the scale is 1. Yeah. And that 1, oh, that's why it's complicated. Man, I'm just going in circles here. At 1.8, 1 is 1. But at 1.35, when we're closer, 1 is no longer 1. Now, 1 is like bigger than that. One is too big. But look at this. Look at this. Something's wrong because it's not, this isn't right here. Like, that's right. That's not right. Was it just I didn't have enough 6s? Maybe. It's probably right. Well, hang on a second. No, because it's only 0.6 at this scale. Oh man. Oh no. It's such a moving target. When we're zoomed in, it's 6. It's 2/3, right? When we're zoomed in, it's 2/3. When we have a smaller screen, it's not 2/3. At a smaller screen, it's like 0.5. So we need to be incrementing by like 1/2, 2/3, 3/4. That's what we should be incrementing by as we go up. And I'm just going 3/4. That's the problem. That's the issue. And the reason why it's like that is because we are currently zoomed in the world 1 pixel scale higher. Normally we'd be 3 screen pixels per art pixel. But in the world back here, we're at more than that now. We're at 4 pixels per pixel. Like if I take a screenshot of this, I think it's 4. One, 2, 3, 4. That's it. So, holy moly. So it's not 3/4, which is what this is. or two. It's I mean, this is giving us this process. If I took this away, for example, we were getting what, 0.75? What does this process give us? This gives us 1 and 1. And then when we zoom in, we get 1 and 1. And then when we do this, we get, it's just 1 the whole time, right? This just gives us 1. So that's fine to get this far. The next thing we have to do is get the 2 pixel scales that we want and have them be, we need these numbers to be offset by 1 so that the later number, in this case, we've got 2 and 2. The later number here needs to be like 3 and 2. And then we can multiply it by that. That's 3 and 3. I mean, if I just take, but that's only for this scene because we've zoomed in. Like, because the camera's currently zoomed in, that the pixel scale, let me write it down. I got to say this is it. This is the answer. Because we've zoomed in, the pixel scale is the ratio in order to return to, in order to, shut up, Copilot. I don't have hot reload on right now. Because we've zoomed in, by 1 pixel scale, we need to multiply by the fraction of that scale over the default to get the correct size. If Copilot's just talking over me. So in this case, if we come back to this first screen here, right? This is 1 and 1, but these numbers aren't 1 and 1. Those are multiples. Well, actually, hang on. If I go to here, that's 3, right? Yeah, so that's correct. It's 3 and 3. When I zoom in, when I go into this scene here, this should actually be, when I zoom in like this, that should be 4. It is 4. Okay, good, perfect. So this 4 is what it should be. This number should be 3 when we look at that. That's the thing we need to get. This number needs to be 3 and that number needs to be 4. It currently is just the same. It looks like they're just the same. And then we need to so when we zoom in, this will be 3 on 4. So the thing that is currently just the same as this, they're the same values, because this is taking an integer scale of the camera's orthographic size. And this is taking an integer scale of the target orthographic size. But the size that we're really talking about is that 1.8. I think. So the art scale is 3. So maybe we just multiply by I'm getting there. If the art scale is 3, and I'm just saying that for the sake of it, because it's, well, we've done this before. It was like, it's 1080p, so it's like, it'll come up 3 anyway, but it's 1080 divided by 100 divided by 2 gives you 5.4. Or even, sorry, 360, 640 by 360. That's not right either. It doesn't matter. The answer is 3. I know the number is 3, so I'm just going to hard code it for now. Now, when there is a ratio here, but it's not 3 that we're looking at. Oh, how do we do this? What's the number? Oh, I hate myself that I can't solve this. 6:30. I gotta go in like a couple of minutes, pals. This is fine because the offset is 3 and 3, and then it's 2 and 2, and then it's 1 and 1. The offset, there's like a scale offset. So it's target ortho. I got this. Target ortho minus art scale, I think. Okay. So this, let's debug that. So that number should be 0 in this scene. -1. I gotta swap them. Or that just make it 1. But if I go here, it should become 0. Yeah. No, but it should be 0 anytime we're in this scene. It should be 0 anytime we're in this scene. So it's not over this. It's not minus that. It's minus. It's oh man. I mean, the hacky way to do it would be target ortho over 1.8. That's the hacky way to do it. It was something like that. Not exactly that, but it's basically that number is going to be, it's going to be art scale times what is it? It's, if the target ortho is like, yeah, it's going to be some number over 1.8. I mean, let's call it some whatever. Let's call this ortho diff. Let's just figure that number out. Man, there would have been such an easy way to do this. I'm sure there would have been. I'm sure I'm dancing around like literally one line of code here. So it's 1 there. When I zoom in, it's 0. 0, 0, 0, 0. That's weird because I would have thought it would have been 0 here and 1 there. 1, 1, 1. What the heck? Okay. Oh, yeah. This is the ratio of them. Because they're the same number and it's 0 over 1. So let's subtract this number, 1 minus this. So here we get 0. In here we should get 1. Nope. Wait, 0.25. Well, that's not right. Negative 1/3. Wait, times art scale? And it is the other way around? I don't know. I'm just trying. Please. -2, -1. Three, 2, 0.25. I am garbage at this. Adam, please. Wait a second. Yeah. So like this should be really straightforward. 1.8. It'll be a smaller number. So it's going to be a bigger number when I do that, right? Because the ortho is going to get smaller when we zoom in. So the diff is going to increase. So here it's 1. Here it's 1 1/3. So if I take that third and I multiply it by art scale, then it should be this minus 1 times that. That'll give me 1 in that context. That'll give me 0 and 1, hopefully. 0 and something that's basically 1. Okay. So oh my gosh, we're so close. Where was I? This number is now this minus pixdiff over that. Okay, not yet. This doesn't exist anymore. We're close. We're like a little bit away now. We're almost there. It's probably hacky. It's probably not going to work in other contexts, but at least for now, I might be close enough to get something. Damn it! I got 0. I know I need to. It's casting it to an integer, float. Hey! Oh my god! Oh god! It finally got it. Holy shit. Alright. Well, I finally got the thing that I expected to see. I don't know if it's what I should go for, but I got it. Like, this isn't right. And I think that's because this is 480 by 270. This is just normal. Oh my god, that took me like 4 hours to write like 2 lines of code. At least the pause menu is correct now. No matter what aspect ratio you're looking at it at, no matter what screen size, it's going to scale correctly, sort of, to a hard pixel integer scale. Now, what about dialogue? That's scaling really well too, mostly. Yeah, that's what I was really looking. Okay, it's not quite right now. It probably should be 1 larger than that for the dialogue. Yeah, I mean, that's too small. How did we do that? It wasn't that small before. Like, that's appropriate. Oh, because we zoomed in even further. Wait, but that's fine. That's all good. I mean, it's sort of okay. Yeah, that's perfect. Wow. Okay, what did I do wrong then? Why does that go small here? That's so weird, because it's like perfect and then it's not perfect. Like in this context, that's right. As soon as we get down 1, we're sort of way off. But that is like the hard part here is that the art can only scale You can't get between this and that. You can't do it. Like there is no value between that because her face is 1 pixel per pixel right now. That's the problem. I don't have another step between them. There is nowhere to go. Like that's correct for this. That's 2 pixels per pixel. But I don't have another smaller gap. 1, 2, 1, 2. There's nothing I can do here other than keep it at 2 until you get to here. And then I can go to 1 or something like that. Like maybe at that scale, this pixel portrait size is okay. But otherwise, what am I doing? Otherwise I've got to be like, that's okay. That's too small. And you can see, I mean, that's why this is all weird. Pardon me. So this now becomes an actual like settings kind of issue. Where I can't just take the render scale and multiply it by 1 less. Especially because when we subtract by 1, we're like, if you think about it, it's like 4 becomes 3, 3 becomes 2, 2 becomes 1. But what does 1 become? 0. We can't even see it now. See? It doesn't work. Hey pals, I'll be right back. I've got to take a phone call. All right, I gotta run. Void Plane says, is that where you have a boundary for the sizzling bacon? I don't know how that relates to what we're talking about. I missed the joke. Pink, okay. Green, sorry bud. Yeah, I don't know what to do about this. It's basically that like these two should both probably just pick number 2. So it's like 4, 3, or like 3, 2. It's like 3, 2, 3. Sorry, 3, 2. But that's the same size as that, isn't it? No, it's not. 3, 2, also 2, 1. And even in this case, like we probably could still have it be 2 here. Only there should it be 1. And now it's a -1. So just the scale is off. If we divide that number by 2, it might be okay. The degree to which we subtract. Maybe this should be 0.5. We halve the step. Might be enough. Because it won't jump every second in that instance. I don't see how that works. I subtracted 1 and then I subtracted half, and the half was more wrong than 1. Okay, do I subtract 2? No. What is the diff? 0.66. No, that can't be right. The diff is 1. And then I zoom in and it's 1, and here it's 1. So that number should be, I should halve it. The whole thing. So that it starts with a min of 1 or something like that. So that's good. That's too big. But as we go down, that was what I was suggesting that we do. So like when we talk to Rose now, well now, yeah, again, she's too big there, but she's correct there. No, it's too small there. Okay, well then I'm lost. How do we do that? Because here it's 2. Here it's 2. Here it's 2. Wait, it's always 2 in this scene. Why would it be 2? Because I'm taking that from that. This is too complicated, man. I'm so... I'm so close. Oh, horrible. I mean, I don't know what to do about it. I just don't know what to do. Just scale it completely independently using a completely different algorithm. How do you deal with burnout? Take breaks, do other things. Try to understand why it is you're grinding on the thing and try to ease that first. It's not usually about the work, it's usually about you. Or something that you don't know or don't understand, and you're not tolerant of the fact that you need to learn something else first before you can solve the thing. Or you're asking too much of yourself. It's basically expectations aren't meeting reality for too long. That's burnout. Yeah, I'm already lost. I can't read the code that I wrote enough to solve this. Local scale is... I really thought I had it with 1. I mean, we could try 0.66, but I don't think it's right. I mean, here it should be 1, but then this is 3. Now we've jumped up to 3. One, 3. 1, 3. Well, that's not right. Oh, it might be 3. Oh. Right. Maybe the subtract by 1 is not appropriate. it's not, it's like, yeah, I mean, like this is 3x, but it's not 3 zoom levels. Like it's not, like it's really 2 zoom levels, but the size difference is 3, I think. Like we've gone from like 3 to 2 to 1, and 3 is 2 steps from 1, but it's 3 times 1. I hate this. That's so friggin' annoying, man. It's like the root of it, root 2. Is that what it is? Like the ratio between these is how many. It's not even powers of 2. It's just steps. So then it should be minus, not divided by. Huh? No. What? No, I need to get these numbers. That needs to become 4. That needs to become whatever else the other number is. I need to translate them to scales, which is what this is supposed to do. So if I do this, I want to know what these are. It's not rocket science. It's really just me basically binding myself in knots for like hours. How come they're the same? Oh, because that's not the right number. I really need to go. It's so unfortunate the way it's so close. So default picks is, 2 and 3. And then if we go up, 2 and 2, 1 and 2, 1 and 1. Well, actually, the difference between these is kind of what I was looking for, I think. Like they're off by 1. Now they're the same number. At a certain point, one gets bigger than the other. And then at this point here, it's 3 and 4. I think that's what I wanted. I think that's actually exactly what I wanted. 1 is 1, 2 is 2, 3 is 2, and 4 is 3. That's what I actually wanted. How did I do that? So is it just here? Pix diff equals default pix minus current pix, or current pix minus default pix. Is it just that? But I don't have to do that. Ortho pix scale minus pixdiff. No, I don't need to do that. Oh no. It's this over that, right? Default current, small, big, small, big. It's that on that, and that multiplies by, is it literally just this? That would be really upsetting if it was that simple. I don't think that's right. I think it's not right. I think I still have to do the thing I was doing before. Yeah, because it's 1, and then as we get smaller, two, 1. That's not right. Oh, pals, I was so close. I'll have to do this later. Sorry, I gotta go. It was a pleasure. I'm not even gonna raid anybody. Thanks for checking out the stream. I'll see you tomorrow for the last one before GDC. It was a pleasure. If you like my content, become a patron at patreon.com/AdamCEunice. If you're going to GDC, reach out to me. My email can be found, or just catch me on Discord. We'll say hi. If you are aware of a publisher who might be interested, there's actually a YouTube video that talks about all this stuff that I'm trying to pitch to you right now. Because I'm about to pitch my game, well, hoping to pitch my game to someone at GDC if I find a publisher interested in talking to me. So if you're interested, if you know someone who might be interested in talking to me about publishing, you can check out that video or send that to them. That's it. That's the stream. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the IndieTales Game Dev live stream. Until next time, bye. Bye.